Alright, am I live? Can everyone hear me? Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, welcome back to At the Ends of Eras, where I'm making a video game called At the Ends of Eras. Last time, we did things, we did quests and all sorts of associated things, I think. We did some platforming, that was the main thing. And I'm wondering, why is my... There we go. It took a while for the A button to be recognized. Alright, Razia, what happened? Okay, so last time I was here, I was doing this, I was basically recreating this level that we have. And as you might imagine, this is not going to be the final version of it. Wait, didn't I already do all this stuff? Yeah, I'm just going to skip it. That's the nice part about placeholder levels. You can just skip the stuff I've already done that I didn't save. So we can ignore the bugs for now. But okay, I'm going to try to figure out where Razia goes, because when I was doing my little video, she ran off. Or she, like, fell through the world or something. Yeah. I think she's supposed to go somewhere and then didn't go there. Oh, I bet you I know what it is. I bet you it's because there's just a gap in the floor and she fell. So she was trying to go to here. Hang on. Yeah, she's supposed to go here. And so I think what happened is she just doesn't have the ability to jump. I think it's high time that I start figuring out how to do navigation for these NPCs. Because basically, what I think I would do is... Hang on. We would navigate from this point to Razia, so that way we know, for example, we need to get to here. For example, if the navigation mesh, you know, it can't make this jump just by walking. And then it goes, okay, so we can get to here. And there's some discontinuity. What if we try navigating from Razia to there, then? And then it's like, okay, so we can get to this point, and then it's like, have Razia walk to here, and then jump to here, and then continue walking. And that way we can handle at least one gap between points. That's not going to quite work. I'd have to figure out a better way of doing it for more advanced platforming, but that's good enough for now. I guess I should ask, what if I just make the platforming easier, though? Or, no, what if I just make it so the NPC doesn't have to, like, walk across a gap like this? Because this is the issue. I don't have to do navigation meshes yet. I will eventually. But yeah, for now, let's just make it work properly. Okay, open. And also, to sort of talk about me, I've been very irregular about streaming recently. I think I'm just lazy. No, I think it's more like, what is it like? Maybe the winter's getting to me. I don't feel like worse, but I'm certainly waking up and going to bed much later. Even though it's actually getting brighter. I think it's just, you know, the end of winter. I'm tired of winter. Or the middle of winter, whatever the hell it is. Because, like, especially in Seattle, by the time the winter solstice happens, it's been, like, 2 months of the sun setting at 5 p.m., so I'm already sick of it by the time winter starts. And then there's 3 more months of it. Yeah, so I think in the long term, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make it actually, like, work. I'm going to need to make NPCs able to navigate complicated things, or just make it so the NPC doesn't need to consistently, because, yeah, Razia's God knows where. She was supposed to be standing at that point. Why isn't she saved, actually? I think what it should do is when an NPC, when it loads the game, and the NPC has a target location, it should go to that target location rather than whatever the hell it just did, which is basically have her spawn at the wrong place. So yeah, we need the ability to, like, unsoftlock. Let's start with that. That should be in here somewhere. So yeah, when we spawn an NPC, we should not have the... okay, I see. Spawn all. Okay. So I think instead of doing state.transform, let's do... What if we have state target transform? Or what if we... I'm going to just, when we spawn and we have a destination, we're just going to teleport to it. And that way what I can do is when we go to NPC nav, or no, NPC, function move to path. Let's have just a function teleport to path. If nav.teleport to path. And this will basically be exactly the same as move to path, except it just sets our position to it. Don't I already have a teleport to? No, I don't. So let's just have function teleport to path WP. Path. Cool. If not, move to path. We're going to do body global transform. Actually, just global position equals final target global position. And I think this should then the very next frame be like, oh, okay, we're done moving now. Let's see this in action. So yeah, now the NPC should be able to do that. Oh, teleport to path. So yeah, now when we actually spawn an NPC, it should just go directly to its destination. And that way, barring all else, quitting and reloading fixes the game. Because yeah, we do not want some sort of soft lock. Okay. Do I care about fixing the lever? Because that's another thing, because that's not a breaking bug yet, so I'll just not deal with that so far. Because yeah, now what I want is probably to figure out the actual dimensions of this room, because this is meant to be, well, it's called the Opulent Medium, because it's basically going to be a massive, I think this should be like a landing chamber, where like, we're now in the like untainted ruins, or the untouched ruins, I should say. You know, all of this stuff, they like pulled out all the wiring and sold it for scrap money or whatever. But once we do the platforming sequence, then we're into uncharted territory, or like relatively uncharted territory. Okay, that sounds good. So yeah, that means Blender. Also, eventually I do need to start thinking about the loading and unloading system. Actually, no, I think that's fine. Oh, wait. I think what I want to do is I want to rename this. No, I don't care that much. I can basically just, like, select hierarchy. Can I select, I'll just select the children and then do that. So that way we have the same room here, because I still need the same dimensions for all the stuff to line up. Though admittedly it doesn't matter that much. Well, I guess I have to start thinking as well, how much of this is going to be placeholder and how much of this is the final result? Can I eventually get this? Okay. So I think this is symmetrical along this axis. I'm just going to grab these. That way, we have something that approximates a door, something that shows a hint of continuity here. And then this is going to be our landing. And then we don't have that door there. Instead, I'm just going to be lazy and have a... There we go. And then this will have a door that we can do something with. This is actually going to be a real door. And hopefully symmetrical. There we go. Why is this asymmetrical? Is it, did I misalign these? No, they seem correct. Yeah, and then we can make this room bigger. So yeah, now we should start doing some concept art. Oh yeah, also while I'm here, you know what, I'm going to also show some concept art for a game that I want to make that's unrelated. Because this is my stream and I get to do whatever I want. But okay, what have I been working on? Oh yeah, that. So I need to go to probably Jak 4 concept art environment. Hopefully I've kept this in the same place. And then it's probably under Opulent Medium. Am I stupid? Why is it... Okay. Where the heck is it saved? Concept art places. Why do I have everything so inconsistently named? But anyway. Here's my cool new concept art. And this is not very fancy, because basically, I wanted to do a weird effect. There's something called a colorize filter, where, like, this is actually a black and white image. And then you put a blue filter on it. And it can still do things like have white and black. That's the interesting part about colorize, rather than, like, a multiply filter, which is more traditional in 3D. So this just makes everything darker. So if we add, like, a white color here, you can see this is the brightest it'll ever get. If we do colorize, though, we get black and white and everything in between in this shade of color. And so someone asked me how to do this in a shader, and I was like, I don't know how to do that. And then I figured it out, and I was like, wait. But, you know, most images have 3 channels, so what if you just have 3 colorize filters on top of each other? So, like, this is just some weird orangish yellow color. You know, so this is, again, just a black and white image. And then you slap on another black and white image in the 3rd channel. And so now we get this funky sort of limited palette style that's not quite limited palette, because you can still get most colors, It's just now you have to think about each channel as a separate painting. And then to actually encode it in a game, you would just convert it from those weird channels to red, green, and blue, and this is the image that would be saved. And then you can like play with all of these different filters for each channel. And so what if we want to make this into like a different color? So we could do like that. And then it's like we're changing parts of the image in strange ways. So I want to experiment with that color style. Though admittedly, because I drew this with this one specific color scheme, it just looks worse. It just looks like I put a weird filter on it rather than did something interesting. But oh well. Eventually I'll figure out some way of making that look good. But yeah, that's a thing that I've been playing with. I want to do something with that. Some sort of short 2D vibes-based game, probably. Or what my actual design is right now, which is some ungodly complicated RPG. But I don't think the art style has the legs for that. I think it's too weird to support a game that's very long. So I have to keep that in mind. But okay. Enough of me rambling about colors. We need to make the Opulent Medium. So the general idea is, it is a room that physically shifts. And what will eventually happen is, Razia will sit in this chair, and while the room is shifting, you have to go into the inner workings of the machine. And so that means, 1, there has to be a machine to go into, and 2, it should look cool. I think that's a part that you know can't be understated. It should look cool, and not just the Portal 2 panels, which is basically what my heart and my brain are saying to me, because this whole conception, like this whole game, well, this area specifically is basically a one-to-one ripoff of the structure of Portal in how it tutorializes things. Oh, wait, hang on. We need this deleted. Because this is the one that has the medium. And then we need to recreate this. Actually, what if I just delete this for now? I don't want that for now. We'll think of something else later. But okay. That didn't do what I wanted to do. What the heck is this? Oh, I think this is... What the heck is this? Oh, it's the body of it. Okay, I forgot that that's a thing that exists. Right, and eventually I need to actually fix the way that it works. But okay, what I can actually do is I can just delete this, because we don't need that. So what are some mechanics? I should just look up, like, changing rooms. Rooms that can transform. Or, like, a wall that can, like... I think this is going to be hard, because they're going to think of, because it's not, there's not a real-world equivalent. Oh, I guess there kind of is. Yeah. Things like, what are real-world walls that can move? We want to shift around and create cool mechanisms. And I still need to think about what the actual, like, design philosophy of, the Old Serde are, because this is from a culture called the Old Serde. Right now I just have these kind of randomly shaped rooms, so I'm gonna need to quite quickly figure out how to make things that don't look like random garbage that I just made in Blender in like 5 seconds. So I think 2 big things. One is that, sort of as a spoiler alert, lore alert, they use these mediums as general-purpose computers, kind of like almost a holodeck type thing in Star Trek. You know, nowadays people only use them for communicating with the dead, but that's just like what people think they were supposed to be used for. In reality, they could be used for anything, because it's just a direct line to your brain with a lot of visual feedback, so you can do all sorts of things with it. And the reason they have it here is because this was actually some sort of massive, like, neutrino detector or something like that. Some very complicated sensor array. Also, hang on. Didn't I make it so that this doesn't harden normals? Where is that? That's in bevel shading. I thought... Huh. Okay, so it just does that. What if we did new? What the heck does this mean? I'm going to say that. But okay. What are mechanisms that we could have? Wait, let's close my untitled stuff. So mechanism slides. We could have an accordion style. What are they? Apertures? Aperture. Interesting. Because, yeah, I think this is what I mean. I don't mean Harry Styles. I mean a thing that, like, closes. I'm not going to be able to... They removed the ability to, like, subtract searches. So, yeah, it's just all going to be Harry Styles and, like, 1%, like, what I actually want. Okay. What are some other things? Compliant systems? Because a compliant mechanism is a better idea. Or a better term for it. Basically, it means a thing that flexes in a way to do things. Which I think these would be too geometrically complicated for me to actually, like, model in a way that makes sense. They do seem cool, though. It could be interesting to, like... I'm trying to think, how would I incorporate compliant mechanisms into our designs? And would that even make sense with everything else that I want to have? Because I still want, like, for example, copper-based things. Do I care about the copper-based things? I guess that's a question I should ask myself. Like, what do I actually want? Like, am I married to the corroded copper look? Because not really. Especially for these interiors, it's not going to look like that. That's for the exterior. I want the interiors to be more bronze-colored. I think the 14-pointed star is still a thing that I want. Maybe what I want is for each wall to be on, like, a slide, and it can move up or move out. So basically, like, we have our room. Controversially, I think it should probably just be a box. Well... Why does fucking... This piece of shit, like, it doesn't let me move until I've zoomed in and then out. I hate all the tools that I use. But okay, basically a box where all of the walls are on slides, and then there's, like, different sized rooms. So probably some sort of larger floor out here. No, that doesn't feel right. Well, I don't know. I suppose my biggest question is, what do I want the room to do? So let's move these further back. Because eventually there's going to be a shitload of stuff in there, I guess. Would it be further down? I guess further down. Eventually. It doesn't matter. Let's keep that for now. Solidify this. Let's just do that for now. So this is going to be now going to be like a surface collision or whatever. So we want this room to be simple and unassuming. Actually, this should be a kinematic body. That's what I was looking for. So I think an obvious utility would be being able to, like, make the room larger. Let's call this, like, wall collision. Because this is going to be the actual, like, boundary. Okay. Good enough for now. So I'm thinking this chamber is going to be a lot bigger than it first looks. But this wall is going to be kind of not up for negotiation, probably. Or maybe, you know, this way. Yeah, so this way we have this space all to work with. I think this is fine for, like... But then we'd have, like, the seat here. Where's my medium chair, actually? Did I delete that? I guess I did. Oh well. Just add another one. Oh wait, that's not what I want. Medium, chair, kinematic body. And basically have a backing to this chair that's just a separate thing. And then have this thing attached to this thing. So that way this whole platform can move up and down along some sort of rail to see like a much larger system in place. I'm still not entirely sure why you would have such a big system rather than just have like a screen. Like, why don't they just use their iPhones? Oh well. But I think this is the right choice of like, first of all, make the basic approximation of like what is actually like going to be happening on the screen. What do these things do? And then we figure out how it does them. So yeah, simple little box. You sit in the chair. Presumably you'd enter in here and then the door would close, so we need some door here probably. Let's call this a safety door. There we go. Yeah, that seems fair. And yeah, basically what would happen is once you enter the chair, this goes down. This whole room comes down. Or perhaps at the start, it first does like, you know, moving these to the side. I am good. But yeah, so... We have this come down. We see the much larger machinery behind us. Yeah, what is a believable or at least interesting way for this room to expand? Maybe we have these come down. But then how would we have the... How would we make sure that there's no, ceiling? Because I don't want it to be like that there's just a bunch of wasted space. Or like just, you know, I don't want these surfaces to be, you know, arbitrarily large. Even this, I'd prefer to have it just be, like, as big as it needs to be to make this one room. And then maybe these accordion outward. Let's see. Happy to hear you're well. Thank you. Let's see. What did I eat today? I think I just had potato chips today. And yeah, this level is, so I'm trying... Yeah, so the walls will move, so I'm trying to figure out how to, or what I want them to do exactly. I think maybe we have the walls come out, and then some other equipment come in. Yeah, so rather than having it, like, super gracefully transform into something totally different, we have it do a more obviously useful thing of, like, maybe, like, rotate. You know, so they'd slide out, rotate, come back in. Thanks. You know, I think I like the idea that the whole thing just comes down and there's a much larger void here. And then there's, like, rails that this is along or something like that. Yeah, that seems like it'd be kind of cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make some rails. Let's delete these. Let's make a rail. Okay. So now what it's going to be is, I think this whole place moves down. And then perhaps this comes out. And we could have the wall back here be static. Basically what I would do, have another wall connected to this. And perhaps it just moves on the other side of the railing. So yeah, we have this whole thing. There we go. Wait, what wall is this? Oh, wait, this thing's supposed to be up. Yeah, this is supposed to be there until we actually have the walls come in. There we go. And then this whole thing, I'm going to actually make another, let's make an empty of a circle. No. A sphere. And this is going to be moving room 1. And so basically I'm going to have this whole thing first off attached to this thing. So that way most of this stuff will move as one. And then we have this come down. And then this would follow it for a while. And it's some sort of elevator. And then it folds outward to be some sort of cool thing. And then there's a much larger chamber in here. And for now, let's not do anything too crazy with that. I'm just going to make a big box. Oh wait, why is that there? Oh, I see. I guess that's fine. We'll need a door on the other side anyway. So this might be our chamber. And then maybe just make all of these... I guess they're fine as they are. Then we have this come in like this. Okay, yeah. For now, let's call that good. So let's see. Make the walls move. Do you do it later with programming? Yeah. Or the animation node in Godot. Because I think what I might do is have an animation player that actually plays an animation of the platforms, and then some sort of IK solver for the actual, like, objects that are being controlled. I'm going to see if I can do a grid fill here. Okay, that basically works. I mean, the main thing that I want as well, let's just move this here, so that way I can do this. Good enough. This thing looks bad, but I can't make it look good. And also, I still need to make sure that I actually understand. I guess for now, just make it a big chamber. And then we should probably have some sort of infinite pit of death down here. I don't know why they'd have an infinite pit of death in their, like, cool video game. Or in their thing, their holodeck thing. But that's okay. What the heck am I doing? Oh, this is what I'm doing. There we go. Boom. Okay. So now we have this. We have our moving room. So now we need Razia to do something cool when she sits on the medium. And this could also really mess up our... Yeah, because Godot doesn't have good sync to physics. So everything's going to be, like, fucked up and not working right. Ah, well, whatever. Make this thing have a copper cleaned look. And also, let's give it a collision with the camera. I'm feeling spicy. But okay. Oh yeah, we also need the medium room interior still. So where would that be? I guess it'd be attached to this thing. Yeah, let's have this attached to this. Keep transform. SY, let's do. Okay. So that means that now, I probably should have remembered to, oh well, medium room interior. Which one is it? Isn't it called medium interior dash area? And that's supposed to do like my cool stuff? Hang on. Huh. Oh, it does do my stuff. Okay. And then it's just, okay, it does work. Yeah. I forgot that it makes a mesh instance. Okay, and then this is a visit area. I think. Yeah. Place ID, Opulent Medium, Interior. Or like, let's say, yeah. And this collision will be 2-7. Okay, let's make sure that that's what the actual quest dictates. Opulent Medium. Ossuary, Opulent Medium. Let's call it Interior. And yeah, now I want a switch door. Event switch. Okay. Opulent Medium active. Let's have an Opulent Medium active, actually. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm realizing this thing is not attached to our room appropriately. There we go. And also, this line needs to be a little bit bigger now. Let's do, like, 30 meters. 50 meters. That way we can actually see it from the outside. So this is a whole big thing now. Okay, so now for our event switch. I want a door attached to this thing. Let's do this like door there. So toggle event Opulent Medium active. And that means that door 1 on toggled. What's door 1? So this no longer has anything, I don't think. What the heck is this? Yeah, we don't have any animations, I don't think. So why is this here? Sub viewport. Why am I animating a viewport? Oh, because this... Okay. I see. And this used to be a thing. And I think that was part of this. Because, yeah, now Godot doesn't work right. Or it doesn't handle objects that used to be part of a node appropriately anymore. Okay. So now what I can do is go to event switch. this no longer does that. Or actually, it's going to do, yeah, disconnect that. We actually need... No, I think we're fine. What I kind of want to do is, if we have children that can receive a node. I have a better idea. I'm going to do export var detect parents true. And then what we can do is, through all of this stuff, if detect parents, or let's say detect parent, and get parent dot has signal toggled dot toggled dot connect on toggled. That way I can just add a door as a child of a switch and it'll automatically do everything it needs to do. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to have activate as our first thing here. What the heck is this anyway? Is this... Oh, I see what I need to do. I need to go back up to here. Compute room colliders. There we go. Much better. Now we can see all of our beautiful rooms and how much they overlap. Egregiously overlapping. I should probably have like a hallway, but oh well. Because yeah, eventually it'll be better if the rooms don't overlap. Because that's how I'm going to detect which rooms are adjacent to each other, because I'm lazy to do it a better way. Alright, reflection probe 1. So let's call this reflection probe 1. Then reflection probe 2. I want it to be... I guess... I know what to do. Like this. And this one's going to be darker. And probably with a blend of like 3 meters or 4 meters or something. Then this other one might also have a blend distance of like 4 meters, so that way we get a little bit of smoothness. Yeah, that seems good enough. Alright. And then this thing goes out that way. And now, we have a dark and spooky room. And some sort of door this way. And I don't think it's going to be as cool as I was thinking. But that's okay. Because yeah, when we activate this, let's do like 8 seconds. Moving room. Let's have it start here. So let's call this door moving room. Why is this attached to... What is this attached to anyway? They should be attached to this room. Like there. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. And now these should be attached to the room itself. Like this. Or attached to specific surfaces. So, like, what is this wall? I'll attach this to that wall. And put it, like, here. And maybe, like, this. Ta-da! And then we got this room. Hmm. Okay. So I think what it's going to do is it's going to transform the room by moving the whole thing down. And then while it's doing this, the player will have, like, while it's moving the walls and stuff, it's going to have to figure out other things to do. So let's move 8 seconds down to, like, here. Then we'll have this right there. And also, this thing needs to be in the physics frame. Callback mode. They put it so deeply in there, but okay. And then we need this as well. So while we're going here, we copy right there. Key that. And then while we're right down here, we'll do this. Key it right there. Okay, I see. Boom. And then as we're moving, we'll need to basically get other parts. So like we have a wall that moves away a little bit. Okay, okay. I think this part should be smaller. Because yeah, now the ceiling... Actually, maybe the ceiling stays where it is. And I'm also going to have this be an extra 10 seconds because we're going to duplicate both of these and then have it like open up. I was hoping that... Oh, well, whatever. Because then what we do is we have this open right there. So yeah, now our room comes down. Opens up. Very cool. We should probably have this go a little bit less low. What if we... Yeah, where's the moving room? Oh yeah, now we're listening to the Fallout 4 soundtrack. Which, I used to not like it, but I think it's just badly integrated in the game. Did I fix this? Okay, no. That needs to be deleted. Godot does not know how to handle these things, but okay. Duplicate key. Boom. Actually, we can just have this go to the very end. Okay. Perfect. And then we have... This needs to be a little less low. Just have that whole thing, like, movable. Okay, there we go. Key that. And hopefully that's still one key. Okay, good. Godot figured it out. I wanted one key, not two keys in the exact same time. Okay. And so what I want now is for the walls to slowly shift around. So it creates an entirely different laboratory. Okay, okay. Oh, wait, hang on. This is now no longer... Oh, I see. Delete these keyframes then. Okay, there we are. And then we go... actually, hang on. These need to be matched. And I don't... Okay, I think now they're matched. Boom. And then I also need our Razia switch to be not up here, but to be attached to the floor. Which one's the floor? Okay, it's just called surface. That's good. Point of interest, no longer need that. Because, yeah, now Razia is attached right to the surface. Or I guess to the moving room itself, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm going to say the moving room, the surface never moves relative to the moving room. And that means that when we go to here, Razia, or target. So now this is not medium slash Razia, it's medium slash moving room 1 Razia. Okay. And hopefully Razia is not mysteriously gone. Okay, good. She's here still. And that means that now... Let's save this as Razia 1. What is it called again? Let's say function debug save string. And you know, I'm going to call this debug load. What we're going to do is save async that. Okay. So now we should have global debug save. And you know what? Return true. No, true there. Okay. So now Razia exists with us. And we should still be able to, like, go into this thing and then, like, walk toward it. Oh, right. There's a wall? Wait, why is there a wall here? What does that mean? Like, what is blocking us here? What is this? Okay, so this shouldn't be... Oh. No, I know. Yeah, no. There's a wall here. Or there's a door here, clearly. Let's just... I know. Landing area. Surface 05 body. Okay, yeah. This isn't a thing that's supposed to exist there. What is that exactly? I think it's this? No. Oh, because this is supposed to be... Okay. Rails collision. There we go. And then what I can do is I can do that. And then we can save and quit. And then we come into here. And now we should be able to actually enter it. Okay, so now if we come into here, Razia was supposed to do things, but that's okay. What else is new? She didn't do it. She didn't do the thing that she was supposed to do. Okay, so this area, medium interior body, collision. Maybe it needs to be different? No, this seems right. We have this here, opulent medium colon interior. And if we go back to here, this should now be opulent medium interior. Oh. Signal toggled, already given to on toggled on that object. What does this mean? Animatable player door on toggled. So will I try the levels now? Yeah, basically. Because, yeah, my main issue now is, this thing. Hang on, let's go to visit, check area here. Resume. So, okay, good. We have that. And then zone visit. So current zone, zone visited emit. Oh, okay. And that did do a thing with the completed area. Wait. Go back to the opulent media. Or our quest stat. So yeah, we had on zone visited. So let's do F12. Okay. So our ID, opulent medium colon interior. Opulent medium colon near capacitor. Okay, so we're at a different stage of the quest. Oh, I know what it is. I already did this part of the quest. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to, what do I need to do? We need to close this. Yeah, because it's waiting for me to do the near capacitor stuff, not this stuff. So let's delete the save. We don't need these two anymore. And I could do a global save debug, or global debug save start. So that way I don't have to like do a bunch of complicated stuff. And also I can thoroughly test my save load system. Debug save start. Okay. I guess we'll talk to you. Talk to you. Eventually I'll figure that out. Okay. Do you want any help? So now we have the necropolis as our first area. And that's fine. I think that could be a bit more grand. And then we get into the ossuary, which is very fancy and snazzy and etc. And what is this? Oh, this is a something. I don't know what that is. Oh. Hang on. Go back to our other stuff. What is this? Door medium. Do we need this? I don't think we need that. Actually, where the heck is that even? Yeah, that's not even like... not even part of a world. What is this? We don't need that. It's bridge? It should be part of this. Yeah, what else do we have that's not... I guess that's fine. Because that's going to be... that's like our test stuff. So yeah, the rooms are part of the thing. You were playing, is it further along? Yeah, a little. I want the room to be moving. Wait, where am I? Here I am. Okay. Let's go, Razia. We need to do cool video game content. And I'm just going to skip all of my video game content for the time being. That's the nice part about, like, having incomplete levels, is I can just, like, bypass everything. And then it's darker, and yet darker, and yet spookier, and yet scarier. And then Razia goes to the thing, and now... she broke it, I think. Where are we? Oh, we know we're still moving? Okay, there we are. So Razia went off to Neverland. Is that Razia up there? Oh, she's all the way up there, I think. Yeah. Razia's still there. She should have physics, I think. Because, yeah, Razia is supposed to be here still for us to, like, move. So, yeah. And that puts us here. And what I think I'm going to do is, like, this whole room will shift around into, like, a lab. And what we're actually going to do is we have to get out of this room while it's moving from one place to another. And potentially, like, die horribly. Spooky. And then we can have, like, maintenance access things. I think maybe what we'd have is the walls come away. Okay, I think I know what I want. So when everything else is here, we need to change the pivots of a lot of these things, because I want this to pivot around this point. So we do, wait, that's not what I want. I want, this. There we go. And then what I do is set the origin of this thing. What the heck is this? Hide that. Wait, where's the rest of my stuff? There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Origin to center of... No. Origin to cursor. So now what it does is this rotates like that, outward. So I'm going to hide that. So yeah, now we can open out like this. Very fancy. So I'll move it like that. And then we do the same thing for all of these. Okay. So yeah, now that can open out. Oh. We need to actually flip faces here. I think. Okay, maybe this is better. Okay, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, that seems better. And then what we do here... Okay, and this is duplicated, so that's good. Oh. And then I think we move this whole thing scaled in like that. Move this to 0. There we go. There we are. And so now we can have all of these rotate outward like this. And that way we have a larger platform that we can sit on. And there'll be a cool thing as we get down there. Okay. And also, I want this thing to be centered. So that way we don't have things that are so ugly constantly. Okay. So now let's go to... Let's go to this. So we go down. And then right here... transform rotation. Huh? What? Hello? Why did it not show up? If we go to like reset and then we go to active, okay, there we go. Now it's here. And then what I can do is I can do that. I like that it simply stopped displaying things. I'm going to close tabs. So our animation is the moving room door. So now we have that open up. I'm going to do a similar thing on this side. So transform. Thank you, Godot, for not showing me the things that I need to see in order to do my fucking job. That's okay. That's just the nature of the business. Alright, and then we have surface 1. That's this. Okay, good. Okay, and this one, move the lights so that they're like in a nicer spot. I think that should be good. Maybe? Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. Here. Get this thing. And then what we'd have is, I think this would actually fall away a little bit earlier, maybe about here. So transform that. And then I'd probably stay up here. Let's say right about here. Well, hang on. I see. So this thing about there, I'd say. So it detaches. Say about there. Okay, good enough. I have to go take a shower. See you. And I'm going to have this right here. A little bit of overlapping motion here. We'll have the rotation there. And then right about here, this, well, hang on. We need to have this at a similar pivot point. I'm going to say, move this to about, where's our Y position? That's not what I need. View. No, X. There we go. Okay. Have this now do that. Boom. And that does mean that now I need to change our thing here. So now, surface 03. Is that the one that I was fiddling with? I think so. Yeah, because it's the only one with the position and rotation. Call that. Oh, I see. And the selection things don't apply. All right. Reset that. Boom. Perfect. So I think right here, let's align this such that I can like remember where it is. Trying to figure out how to like line this up. I'm going to say right there, where those two lines meet, way in the background. That is, reposition this. And then move this down to when it stops moving. And that will just go right back there. So now this should, in theory, look as if it's stopping completely. Boom. Except for the fact that it's a little bit late. Maybe right there. Right there. Whatever. Good enough. Because we're going to have the overlapping motion as well of this rotating upwards. So we're going to have the rotation about here. And then this will go like that. Boom. Perfect. So now if we see this whole thing in action, let's turn off the reflection probes. It's too dark in here. So now this thing moves downward And then we'll have these walls swap out at some point. Because now we have a place where we can have a cool thing here. And there'll be like a massive hologram or something. Instead of my first plan, which was the having the room itself shift into things, which was just, well, I don't know. I still would prefer that. Maybe what we can have is we have the room here expand instead. Or like we still have this room grow outward and do things. But okay, I want these all to now have like their local stuff. Surfaces. Okay. All of these are going to be copper local. What the heck is this thing? Why is this thing not part of this? Let's just have these as well up here. Okay. So yeah, now we can move this down. Push this out. Have a similar thing here. Give this all that. Actually, let's have this be copper cleaned. Seems different than it's supposed to be. Maybe this one. Okay, I don't mind that. So yeah, for now, this is okay. Actually, what if we have this come down as our backing wall? Yeah, so we have this one come up. But this one is actually not going to stay there. Or maybe it will stay there. Maybe it'll come down like this. Oh wait, hang on. We still need that. And we need this to be, actually, let's have that right about there. We'll keep this around. So then we have this move like that, and then it starts to rotate downward. And then we'd also have this do that as well. Okay, so now the room changes a little bit in a weird way. Or so we still have our backing wall. And then I think what I want is that I do want, I think, walls to come up. So it's like we have a larger room to do more things in. And I think now what I need is the ability to, like, stay attached to moving platforms in a way that feels appropriate. For NPCs. Like, if they're on the ground, they need to snap to the ground. Okay. You know, I'm going to have this start from the same place as these. Boom. Now it's all seamless and beautiful. Okay. Then we can go back up to our reflections. Okay, try this again. Oh, we need to be back up there. Because Razia, right. Yeah, so I need to figure out... I need to do a lot of stuff to make the game better. Okay. So now, yeah. I think that's pretty snazzy. Okay. We need the ability for the NPCs to snap to the floor. So let's go to NPC... nav, maybe? Or maybe we just go back to the NPC. So, because when we have, like, process... Yeah, because we do physics process. If nav pause failed to pause to update. If not anim dot paused. Let's do... So we can do paused here. So if not body on floor or body velocity, we move walk. I think what we might want is body snap to floor. Or like if body is on ground, body snap to floor. Maybe delta here. Yeah, because now we need the ability to move and slide. Set up direction. So yeah, is on floor. So true if the body collected with this. So we need up direction and floor max angle. 0.3 radians or something like that. No, because that'd be like 90 degrees or something. No, wait, no. No, this seems reasonable. I'll just make up an angle. And then we need function snap to floor delta float. I'm just going to do pass. Maybe we need to do a local transform of the floor. Var local floor transform 3D. And then var floor last transform 3D. Snap to floor. So if last floor transform pass, what I'm going to do is floor last transform, or let's do if is on floor. Floor last transform equals get floor. Oh, do we not get the... Wait, what? Do we not get the floor collider? Ooh. Oh, okay. So we can just have an apply floor snap. Allows to manually apply a snap to the floor regardless of the body's velocity. This function does nothing when is on floor returns true. What? Hang on. Then I'm just going to have apply floor snap here. I'm assuming that there's a lot of stuff that it automatically does for me, so I don't need to do that. Okay. So we need to go back up to there. I think my switches are wrong. I think now I need the ability to save the game here. Yeah, so our event switches are incorrect. This just needs to be a stat, I think. So we'd have a stat here of like, let's say opulent medium / active. And we just have that there. Delete that. And so that should have a stat changed. Yeah, because now we actually don't even need this. We can do save state connect. Or save load dot subscribe tracked stat that. And let's call this opulent medium room 1. Hang on. Can we set our thing here to like ourselves? Can we like... I wish... Hang on. Why does it not... I hate... My throat fell. Okay. So what I need to do is now I need to go through every single one of these, do that, and then that should work. That was supposed to work because we need to have... Because we have moving room 1. We have this thing attached to our medium. Okay, yeah, that does work. It just took it 1,000 years to update because Godot is bugged. As usual. And I think now we're in Fallout 1 soundtrack. I'll raise the volume a little bit. Oh wait, no. We're still in Fallout 4. So it'll probably get louder. But yeah, Fallout 4 has a bunch of good music, and it's a shame that when you play, the only song that feels like ever plays is like the main theme when you're in combat. And so it's so overblown and loud that I turned off all music in the game. But okay. So now what'll happen is that'll actually like do things. So we can go toggle no clip. Oh wait, no. We don't need to do that yet. Because now, when we go to entities, or quest major, Razia. Hang on. So yeah, now we're not going to do this. We're going to do state set stat Opulent Medium room 1. There. And what that should let us do is then okay. Close enough. Huh? There we go. Took me a while to figure that out. Was that weird sound from the game, or was that from... Okay, it's from the music. Yeah, there's weird little wispy noises of, like, bullets going past our head. But okay, now this should still work. Yeah, so that still works. Let's see. Why is she not updating properly? Snap to floor toggle, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's just do, like, var I equals indicator if not I dot toggle is connected. Or no, if... Oh, and we should also have if has no die. Okay. Okay, so now we have this down here. Good, good. And Razia is still up there, which is bad, bad. So why is Razia not falling? I think now I do need the ability for NPCs to fall. So we're going to do else. Hang on. Velocity dot... Oh, wait, no. So yeah, when we paused update, we're going to do that. I think that'll work. Okay. That'll work. Except for the fact... Okay, I see. Down times gravity. Hang on. Actually, I have a good idea. Go to snap to floor. And then we're going to do if is on floor. or no. Velocity equals velocity dot reject. Or slide. No, no, no. We need actually, not that. We'll just do that. Actually, let's just do velocity equals vector 3, 0. Huh. No. It's, hang on. Who has this now? What is our body? NPC nav.body, which is a character body 3D. And then we go to snap to floor. Velocity. So that should be... Okay, I'm just going to do this now. So Razia should be coming down any moment now. Any minute now. Razia, what are you doing? Oh, we're supposed to do move and slide. Or I know what to do. Else. This. There we go. I don't know how she got so fat. I don't know why she fell that fast. Oh, because she's, okay. That's fine. So now what I want to do is I want to do, save load state set stat Opulent Medium room 1 false. So now we go back up. Razia is not with us anymore. So Razia needs to, like, do something here. That's an issue. I guess we just move and slide regardless. Yeah, so we got a few issues here. Oh, wait, no. We don't really. Except for the fact that Razia is nowhere to be found. Again. Save and quit. Yeah, I think the big issue is the fact that, we can save in a place where the world isn't correct. Why am I falling? Yeah, why does that keep happening? Where is Razia? Why is Razia not here? Let's have a better thing here. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to do, if we are not on the floor, we do that. And then we're going to have apply floor snap here, perhaps. Actually, I'm not even going to bother with on floor snap. Oh, wait, no, hang on. We still need this to do exactly what it was doing. Else that. And then, dot x equals 0 equals 0. So yeah, I think our big issue is that, One is that I'm starting in the ground, even though I'm saving here. And then if we load... Yeah, nonsense. Alright, NPC manager, active NPCs. Alright, let's look up that. So if we go to global NPCs, active NPCs. So .razia, global position. What? It's not null. I can see her right here. She's right here. I can literally... Oh. Wait. Yeah? So why is... So that does that. And then if we do Razia, that gets us that. And then we do Razia dot transform. Okay. So I think what it is we can't get properties? No, that doesn't make any sense. Why can we get this? Yeah, so why can we get this? So negative 201, so let's go to player. So I think there's something malfunctioning with this. Because yeah, she's supposed to be basically... Okay, hang on. She's 100 meters lower than us. So that means she's... Okay, so she's somewhere down here. Well, why are you down here, Razia? You should be up there. Hang on. Let's do standing. Let's have a teleport failsafe here as well. Match nav state. Let's do nav state.destination here. If move state equals move state dot standing or stand, we're going to do basically everything here. If diff this and that. Do we even need the waiting concept anymore? Let's do if diff length greater than like 5 or something. Teleport failsafe. Move to points. Let's do next position. No, let's do this. So yeah, if we are moving to a point, but we're in the stand mode, which means we should be at the destination. Okay. So Razia's origin, that. She's idle, she's standing. Why does she have no target name? Okay, try this again. So Razia should be... She's still not in the right position for some reason. She's supposed to have a destination. What is the save load state data? I think the issue is our Opulent Medium. Oh, it's Quest Opulent Medium. So we're at 30. What's at stage 30? Oh, okay, hang on. I see. It's because this doesn't exist. Yeah, okay, okay. And that should have been said here. Okay, good. Node not found that. Could not move to node. Okay. Now, Razia. Okay, good. Razia's here. She's trying to figure out what she wants to do. Nothing at the moment. So she's what's the deal with this? Why did that not work? Oh, because okay, I know it's because. It's because this thing still... Okay, I'm gonna make this whole thing just as big as it could possibly ever need to be. Okay, so hopefully that's enough space for that. Because basically what was happening was Razia forgot what quest she was in. Okay. So yeah, now we need to start figuring out how to make it so that NPCs know that they're not going to get to where they need to go by just walking anymore. What the fuck was that? Why did it do that? Well, I think my big thing is... Wait, now it should work, right? Like, we should teleport to where we... Okay, good. Good. Phew. Okay. Now that we've reloaded, it works. The next thing we'll need to do is have, like, the player fall to their death in there. So that way they'll respawn in a place that makes sense for them. Okay, so now what I want to do is we can save here as like a global debug save Razia 1. And also I'm going to do save load state set stat Opulent Medium room 1 walls. Okay. And there is the slight issue of the player's feet clip into the ground as we go up. But now we can see also Razia wasn't left behind. And then when we talk again, look at that. We're both snapping to the ground. So yeah, a bit glitchy, a bit imperfect, but that's okay because to make it perfect, I'd have to literally just fix Godot's sync to physics, which still... Actually, let's see if that's fixed in Godot 4.6. So, Godot. Sync to physics. Because basically, anytime it does more than one operation, it just breaks them. So sync to physics, yeah, it prevents any transforms. And closed. So the problem is that you can't really distinguish between a relative transform and an absolute transform with the revert approach used by sync to physics, so you're forced to assume one or the other. Current code seems to assume only transformation, so you'll find that position x plus equals delta is currently broken when done from idle processing, whereas I guess your PR would have fixed this, but instead breaks absolute transformations. So is it going to be... so if this is closed, is it fixed? Closed as duplicate, completed this. Okay, so let's see if this works. So not synchronizing state. So it should have its state synchronized on the next physics server plus queries. So now it is the same kind of self-listing as Godot physics, where each body registers with its respective physics space to have its call queries invoked. Okay. With this PR, we now instead always enqueue that blah as a valid state synchronization. Okay, so hopefully this means that, Animatable static bodies does whatever it does. Ah, thanks. I've realized I actually have no idea what any of these redeemed things are, because I don't think I have any of them set up. I think Twitch just gets a lot of automated things. Like I had emotes that I didn't create, for example. Yeah, or I guess the redeemed thing, like the on-screen celebration for 40 bits, because like I didn't set that up. I think Twitch just says that I have that and I don't. Yeah, I still get the bits, I think. I don't know how bits translate back into money, because I know people pay 1 cent per bit. I think. I've never used bits. I don't even watch streams, really. But okay, animatable static bodies don't update position of children when moved using jolt physics. Let's see what this means. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this was fixed 4 days ago. So I wonder if this is merged as part of 4.6. Because it's in milestone 4.4. Wait, when was this merged? Okay, a week ago. And do I have important changes in my branch? I think I've done some changes already. Oh yeah, I have the mirrors. Okay, so sync to physics will be a thing that I eventually use. Wow, those are big. Oh, I see, because they have gigantify. I didn't even know that was a thing. We got all sorts of things for the VOD watchers now. But yeah, welcome back. Actually, I'll show what I've been doing instead of like fiddling with that crap. Okay, so sync to physics might work, maybe. There's been a lot of false hope, though, with sync to physics. Yeah, now we have a room. It's big and dark and spooky. But what I can do now is let's go back up. Set stat opulent medium. Room 1. False. Test this again, because I kind of just want to enjoy this looking cool. Oh, nice. Very fancy. And plus, it doesn't matter much to me that the feet of the characters don't quite stick to the ground when the elevator is moving. But okay. So yeah, our next phase then is we need Razia to be able to actually go up. So yeah, I'll do that. Oh yeah, I forgot how long you'd been here. I don't know anything about anything. I got so overwhelmed with the sync to physics question that I forgot why we were even celebrating. But okay, I think now what I can do is... So this... I guess I'll do this for now. And then what we're going to do... Opulent Medium 25. Actually, let's call it just 21. So, if we have this... We don't even need that, for example. Oh, wait, no, we do need that. Or... Opulent Medium Room 1. Let's call it that. Opulent Medium Room 1. So I want... State get stats. Let's actually have this be our... Well, no, I think this is fine. Let's have this do like... what the heck was that? So... So it seems the whole room moved. So Razia is now concerned with trying to get into the rest of this thing. Yeah. It looks like we can't really do anything from here. So what exactly are you trying to do? So I don't need too much here. Let's have that there. I think we can get... Let's have this go back. Okay, so we'll have some secret, like, or more hidden conversations we can ask about. Where Razia is just kind of talking past us. And we have to stop her and ask her to clarify, like, what exactly are your goals? Or what exactly her goals are with this room? Because, like, we go down into here and we get the cool big medium, and there'll be, like, some sort of big thing in the center that looks all cool and stuff. And Razia's like, wants more. So, hang on. I'm going to try... What would she try? Hmm. So let's first of all make sure the quest works. So yeah, now this is going to be room 1, and then we're going to have 21 stage new. Well, what would this be? Let's say we found our way into the Opulent Medium. Hmm. So Razia activated the medium. But it seems she wants something more. Or let's say Razia activated the medium. And we'll have basically this exact same thing, except for, let's say, I guess 30 is kind of exactly the same thing. Yeah, we can just have 30 be the thing. So what we're going to do instead is, So if we have not state get stats Razia discussed Opulent Medium secret, we'll have it be, so what do you want to ask the medium? Or so who do you want to talk to? Should I look away? So I don't want to talk to anyone. So she furrows her brow, looking out into the void. Let's have... We should make sure that this is set here. So yeah, basically, the player is under the impression that Razia wants to use the medium, and that's why we've gone through here. But what Razia is actually doing is she's trying to figure out how to get deeper into the workings of the medium in order to take the capacitor out. And so now what we need to figure out is how Razia figures this out. So yeah, she furrows her brow, looking out into the void. What are you looking for? And then here... Wait, no. We go back here. So you can try raising the room. So let's try, State get stat. Otherwise, you can lower the room now, and then we'll just have a backer skip leave. And we'll eventually have some sort of thing here of like, I'm really not sure if this is... And actually, we don't need anything here. All of these are backing things. Okay. So yeah, basically, we'll have Razia raise and lower this platform. And each time she does, we'll then try to jump out of this stuff. And actually, we need an exit plus here, I think. There we go. So yeah, let's say, if you sit down, or when I sit down, or, I think one of us needs to get off. Get out of this room while it's moving. So, yeah, we'll have Y, and it's like, that sounds dangerous. Oh, wait, no, there's some sort of unique thing here I already have. So, should I get out, or you? Okay, you can try standing up. Jump. Or, what should we say? I know what to do. Breaker. Doesn't sound like a great plan, but I guess I'll go along with it. Okay. And then, yeah, just to do. Yeah, so let's get the bones of this working. Oh, yeah, and then we also need to have this. And then we'll have otherwise. Are you ready to try, out of here? Okay. And also we should have the door here. So I forgot this whole... There's a safety door. And this is meant to be closed eventually. If I can, like... Hang on. Hide that. Select this. Okay, good. So yeah, when we move our door... Safety door... I guess we have this fall first. Oh wait, hang on. There we go. I can't see anything. So now what I want to do is I want to get all of these. Did it? Hang on. Oh, this is all of them. Okay. Okay, and then... Duplicate keys. Did that work? No, that didn't work. No, I think it did work. It's just, it's fucking up. No, it didn't work. Okay. I'm going crazy. What is happening here? Oh, I see. First of all, that needs to go now to like 12. So yeah, now that closes and we go down. Okay, good enough. So yeah, now we actually need to start designing some platforming where the player can get through this. Oh, I see. We're down here anyway. Yeah, I also need to figure out how to properly save the game so that we're not stuck. So no, I don't want to talk to anyone. She furrows her brow, looking out into the void. Wait, what are you looking for? Okay. So I think one of us needs to get out of this room while it's moving. It sounds dangerous. Should I get out or you? This doesn't sound like a great plan, but I'll go along with it. Oh, I forgot to actually have the breaker break. Hang on. Needs to do that. And then we come into here. And then I can press B to actually leave. Try this again. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, there's some bug with the focus here. You can try raising the room now. Yeah. You can lower the room. Okay. So here we can see the rails moving. We need more lights. Because otherwise there's no hope in us figuring out what on earth is even happening. Also, saving right there is going to fuck up the game, but that's fine. Let's just add an Omni light to the whole room. For now, this will help us. And this should probably also be in whatever group this is. Opulent Medium lights. Does this actually let us... Hang on. How much light does that add? Not much. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. Player toggle no clip. Hmm. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have it at about the halfway point. These walls will split away, and then they'll flip 180 degrees, come back up, flip that way, I think. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? No, I think that is what they should do, though. Hmm. Maybe the roof pulls away? Because I'm still not entirely sure what this would do other than be just a cool elevator down to here so that you get a better look at, like... So that I guess there's more vertical space for the medium to do stuff. Hmm. Oh, wait, this is not supposed to be attached to, that. It's supposed to be attached there. So that way, we actually see the lighting change. Hmm. Yeah, so what would be a better way of having this done? Because yeah, I think having things on the other side of the walls would be useful. I know what it could be. It could even be something like, they rotate like this, and then there's something here. Okay, that would actually make more sense of, like, there's like a railing now. And then we can have these move earlier. Okay. Okay. I think we need 2 different axis points on these then. Hmm. Well, what do I want? Yeah, because I imagine about here, these split off, about like that. And then they flip horizontally and are positioned here. And then, once we get all the way down to the bottom, then they come down like this. And so that way we still see everything. Okay, that would make sense. And then that way, what I'm going to do on this side is make sure... Let's apply this modifier. Or, yeah. Apply. And then we'll do the same on this side. And I guess I'll do the exact same thing on this side. Or maybe this just has this like that. Yeah, good enough. Because then what I can do on this side is have that. So now these will be a little bit more, or a little bit different. They won't rotate there anymore. And that means we don't need these to have center. So yeah, we'll just do that for all of these. And that means that we don't need these to have any sort of animation, or we're going to just redo these animations. If I can remember which surface is which. Actually, what if I just rename all of my surfaces? Because, yeah, do we need any of these at all? Did I, like, do something? Why is this not... Why does the... Okay, I guess it did work. It's just this thing, like, the visualizer is broken. I should have kept the safety door, but oh well. Easy enough to work with. We can go a bit faster than that. Let's make it so that it lasts 11 seconds. There we go. Okay, and then these all will be transformed and reset. That was not at all what I wanted. I don't even know how it could possibly have thought that that was what I wanted. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename these so I don't get constantly confused. I'm going to call this Wall 1 Kinematic. There we go. And this should have been the floor, but that's okay. All right, and we're going to have this right about there. Okay, there. I do not understand how to, like, properly, like, go to the time that a key is. So this is 8.96, which I don't understand how it, like, lets me move things to points where I can't, like, move them. Like, how am I not being able to scroll to where I want to be? It's like I just want things to happen at the same time. I swear to God. Can I set like a default time animation editor snapping? I'm tired of like constantly having nothing line up properly. Godot, animation, default snap. Okay. So when I set this to blah, close the program, open it, changes that to that. Hmm. Okay, I don't know what that means. Let's see if there's any settings for this. Thank God. So what is this? Controls when animation player will apply snapping to the nearest integer FPS when snapping is in seconds mode. I'm not going to bother with that. Okay. So now it'll do reasonable things. And now what we do is when we are about here, we're going to have both of these come out. Let's have it start about, so 4 seconds. Both of these go. I think about 0.6. Let's say that. And now we need to do this because we're going to have it rotate all the way around. Let's see how that's going to look, because it should be, let's see, so the door closes and then it's going to scroll down. I think it should start there. Okay. And so once we're about at 90 degrees, I think right here, I want this to be about, let's have it go 4 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters, like that. And then it snaps back into place. We're going to have these be right about here. how do we make sure that this is going to look good? Now I'll just use control. 2 and 6, I guess. One and 6? Oh, wait, no. Okay, 1 and 7, that's what it was. And hopefully there's actually like one thing here. But okay. Now we have these. Moving down. Pulls out, rotates upward. That looks okay for now. I think I'd have both of these, for example, do a little bit of easing. I keep doing it the wrong way, but oh well. Okay, that seems fine, and then we have them attached right there. So have it settle for a little bit, and then... Does that do both of those? I literally cannot tell. I have to call this every single time. Okay, I think it did work. And then we have these come down. That feels fine. And I want this as well. I'm gonna have that right there. And then that'll come down a little bit later. Like right there. That seems fine. Okay. And this should also come down. And it should also probably be a little bit thicker so that like we don't die. Okay. And then we'll have this get out of the way. Man, it's so nice to actually have this fucking thing, like, work properly and be able to be physically possible to edit. Okay. That, and rotation. And then we'll have this right there. Okay. So now, up about here, we should be able to jump onto this. And I think I need to make this run a little slower. Yeah. We can have all of this a little bit sooner. And then all of... Oh, wait, no. That's not what I want. I think I want this position here. Wait, hang on. Okay, I see. This is good. But we have this... Stop selecting the things that I'm not selecting, Godot. We have this come out a little bit more. That goes a little bit slower. And then we have this there. And so now if we play this, it pops out, goes that way. Okay. Let's see if that'll actually work. So now we should be able to get on top of the machine as it's running. Good enough. We'll need a better checkpoint area, but that's fine. So if we stand here... Oh, and now we're stuck. Now we're stuck for good. Okay. Lower the room now. Okay, that's not too bad. And then we're up here, and then we can, like, go on stuff. And that could actually send us... Okay. I see what I want to do now. I want there to be no wall here unless we're on top of this thing. So we're, like, in the back of the room. Okay, good. I see a plan now. Basically, make this thing... Can I, like, select the thing? Okay, there we go. Oh, I see. So basically like this. This will be our little maintenance area that the player will not be privy to. Because now all of this crap moving around makes more sense. Where's our moving wall? And for some reason, this did not get properly saved. There we go. And so that should be keyed there. So that way, now, there's no way through. Unless we have, I mean, I guess we could just literally climb this way. So there is a way through still, but, But okay. This is the area now. I suppose we could have it be somewhere up here, but I don't want it to be like the player will accidentally soft lock and die, or I don't want it to be like, you know, because it is a bit of a long journey if the player wants to go back up. Oh, I did not realize that this doesn't properly go back. Basically, we don't want that in there. I know what to do. There we go. It feels like these are positioned weirdly. Like, it feels like this room is not flat. It isn't flat, actually. Hang on. Have this flatten, then. There we go. And now what I can do is, I don't know what I just did. Hang on. Have this be like 1.5. Okay. So now we have extra railings. And that should hopefully block this. Good. So now the player can't just, like, get into this area. Yeah, because I want the player to basically just get flung into here from probably this plopping out. That'd be easy enough. They just have to get on top of the machine right here. Yeah, this is not as sophisticated as I was hoping it would be in my brain, but this is like what I can actually do. I like how this looks. And let's also have, I guess that's just fine. I could make this taller. I'm not going to do that. Okay, because then I think there should be a panel on this side then. So our next D switch. And let's have, just for reference, that. There we go. Where the heck is our thing now? It should be up here. Probably... Are these alphabetical or not? Why are these, like, so arbitrary? Medium. Okay, there we go. And let's move this up to there. Oh yeah, this one doesn't exist anymore. So now I think what I want is to have a door here that the player can open from the other side. Okay. So now there will be a little escape valve. Median point. I want these to be maybe a little bit up like that. And this one Okay, so this one is now ceiling door. Huh? What is my... There we go. Now I'm in English mode. Okay. So now we have these, and what I can do is I can have a door here. Yeah. That'll be our ceiling door. Animation player. No, thank you, Godot. Why does it default to like not alphabetical order? Door, ceiling. Okay. Actually, can't I now do this? Okay. Get this down here. Transform this to be, Is that... Yeah, that's fine. Ta-da! And that means this switch is now a persistent switch. So this is Opulent Medium Ceiling Door. And that's now this one. No, what should it be? There's something in the machine. So now our completion with that, I think. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. That's not correct. This one. Opulent Medium Ceiling Door. Okay. So now we found a way in some sort of... Maintenance. How do we spell maintenance? I think it's E-N-C-E, but I've been surprised before. Markdown. I can't... Okay, there we go. Maintenance room. So Razia wants us to go deeper. What's she looking for? And once Razia gets out of the chair, we then have, we unbind this stuff. Or whatever that other stuff was. Hang on. We need to set this to false. So Razia, leave, medium. Okay, because that's going to be... Save, load. That, and then Razia follow. Okay. Well, I'm just going to have it as a distinct function. There we go. Okay, so now I open up that medium door. And yeah, Razia should be following me now. Are you ready to try getting out of here? Razia, this was supposed to open the door for you. So, Opulent Medium Ceiling Door. Persistent. Oh, maybe that was the issue, that it's not persistent. There we go. Okay. Oh, but Oh, hang on. Ah, she's fine. Okay, so we now need a couple seconds, I think, before... That'll be easy. Basically, just add 13 seconds. Now we have that. Okay. Now we got some pretty cool stuff, but now we're actually, like, in... Now we're in the thick of it, because now we're stuck. Because the medium will basically now, like, deactivate, and there'll be no black void. What the hell is that stuff? What is that? How did I do that? What did I do? To make that over there. Ah, well. When did I add this? Hmm. What did I do here? Did I do that? No. Oh, I think I see what I did. Hang on. Okay. I don't know what the heck I did there. No, I do, actually. I scaled this. Yeah, I flattened this incorrectly. Okay. Good enough. But okay, now we're in the thick of it. We've gotten out of the room that was supposed to control the medium, and now the illusion will begin to, like, disappear. Hmm. So what do I want now? Now we need more fans and things. And we need probably this. Let's move this up a little bit, because I'm thinking have this, then this. And then have like a death trap there. So transform, okay. Uh, there we go. And probably a little bit less than that. There we go. And we can subtly see the plane here, but I think that's because there's a collision mesh. Or no, because there's a, if we go back to here, Gizmo's, collision shape. Yeah, there we go. And I'm fine with that for now. Okay, so let's go back to the original necropolis. Because now I want to figure out more of the platforming section stuff. We are essentially right like here in terms of the actual platforming, I think we could start getting the time stopping machines and stuff. Or yeah, we'd go hmm. Where the heck is our stuff? I don't know any. Okay, now I remember where we are. So yeah, we've basically gotten up to this point in this area. And so now we can start introducing probably the time-stopping mechanics, or, yeah, right after we get out of this room. Go to Design Necropolis. Somewhere in here. Writing. Design. Is it in Notes? Intro Necropolis? Yeah, because we have all this stuff. And now what I want is to compare that to what we have here. So, Necropolis 2. We start with a very simple introduction of the platform button, or the standing button. Introduce standing button. Introduce timed button, where we have to actually get somewhere. And then we introduce falling platforms. And then we have 2 branches. We have the double doors and the falling platforms. Forms plus time button. And then we have 3 different paths that we need to take. And we'll have this be optional. I'm stupid. Okay, so this is going to be... There we go. We have a standing button plus a fan. I think what I should have is... Well... Do I want 2 fans? Like, a double button plus a fan might be... I'm fine with that. And then a switch plus fan. And then we have another a door. Okay. Let's say a timed door instead. Okay. So I'm basically trying to go through this and see, like, should we introduce the new mechanics now? Or should we have, like, more stuff? I'm going to have, like, a fast fan then. Okay, because I think that's about the right time for us to then be in the medium. So we had a little simple introduction to the platforming that we'll be experiencing here. And then we get into the opulent medium proper. And then I think what I want is some, like, maintenance tubing and stuff. Like, things that make it dangerous to get around in here. All right. So this will be like an observation deck. And it'll be fine like that for now. And actually, do I need any of this, like, outside stuff? Like, what if we just removed this? What if we only had the interior? Because, like, is there anywhere that I actually have this wall? Hmm. Yeah, okay. And it's not perfect. But, well, whatever. That just makes this easier for me to actually see what's happening in here. So yeah, I think I want this to be kind of like a little final puzzle before we get to the time stop, maybe. Or maybe just something completely different. Where we're climbing around on tubes now instead of doing all this stuff. And also shadows on this thing, double-sided. Yeah, this makes my life easier. Yeah, let's just do some like tubes. Basically, I'm just gonna do a circle, and then actually, I don't want that. Mesh curve. There's gonna be pipe collision. And this is going to be under, like, reference or something. Okay. And now I just array this stuff to fit a curve. And then merge that. And we will deform with a curve. There we go. So that means that now we can have pipes. Can I... So I can't, like, Alt-G, which is weird. Can I do like this? Okay, yeah. Hmm. Better than it was. Okay. So I think for now... Oh. I'll just make it easy on myself. How do I make the... How do I get the control points again? Okay. There we go. See, I think for now this might be how we handle these. Hmm. Then I want... That's not what I wanted. I wanted this, and I wanted that. And for now, I'm just going to be lazy. Hmm. So how do I want this to connect? I'm just going to have it do a pipe, or maybe some sort of... Maybe I'll do falling platforms here, or a timed button. Maybe. I know. There'll be a timed button here to just go back in. And then maybe like a small maintenance platform, like here somewhere. So this is now going to be catwalk S-body. Oh wait, interesting. Okay. And now we can have that there. And then we'd have a little, like, falling platform or something there. So yeah, this room will not be very complicated for now. This is kind of lame compared to what I was imagining, though. But that's okay. I can probably make something that looks cooler. Is this weird? Ah, well. Door's open. Let's go deeper. Now we need to figure out how to get anywhere. That's probably going to be... So I think... Huh. No, wait. We need to get... I'm trying to think, how exactly do we make it so that this isn't visible until we've deactivated the medium? Or this isn't reachable until we've, like, done exactly what we did there, where, like, you know, we get Razia to do stuff. I like having just kind of weird platforming here. Just, like, remind the player that they have a lot of tools at their disposal, like climbing and stuff. Okay. So now I want some proper, things. Falling platforms. Let's have a marker. So this will be like... There we go. And this will just kind of remind the player of falling platforms and such. Oh wait, no, it's not in moving room 1. There we go. Is this... I think these might need to be like 0.6 seconds or something. Okay. See if we get this. That's too far. Yeah. How did that work? Okay. Razia can figure that out. So I think what I could do is we delete these two. Then we just have it go like this. And so we just, yeah, basically just give the player enough time that these... or so that they can get their feet, basically. Okay. And then we can start doing crazy stuff. So yeah, this room... Yeah, I'm fine with this room being pretty sparse, actually. And I like the structure here of, like... It's just a weird void at the bottom. Okay, and then let's make sure everything else still works. Oh wait, we still don't have a way out of here. Rauzia, you were supposed to, like, you're supposed to go to the thing. Oh, it's probably because it doesn't work anymore. Hang on, let's see where she was supposed to go. Opulent Medium blah, P parameter is null. It says good. It says yes, she moved to where she was supposed to be. Hang on, I'm gonna print, I don't know what I'm gonna print. Hang on, it's too dark. I'm gonna turn on the light. Okay. So we should have capacitor slash Razzia, I think. So we have capacitor slash capacitor room, maybe? Oh, wait, I betcha. Oh, okay, no, that's in the right place. Good. Then what are the other, like, what other issue would we have then? I guess we'd have visit as... Let's just see what happens if we do this. I think maybe I messed something up with our location. Okay, now she took it. So there's something wrong with the actual navigating to the thing. I'll figure it out in, like, a playtest. From scratch, basically. Which, actually, I think that's what we should do. Debug, load, start. Is that what I called it? Okay, there we go. And yeah, it doesn't quite work correctly. Why is there a light here? Razzia, did you put that light there? But okay, we got a woman. Let's do video game content together, Razzia. I have no idea what that lamp is. Oh well. Is there... Oh, that's... Okay, that's just the reflections being... Or the refractions. From very far away, completely nonsensically. Razzia has some weird behavior here. But okay, let's make sure all of our stuff works. Poor Razzia, trapped behind a door. Ouch. Okay. Some of these paths seem to be not quite where they were before, but not my problem. Okay. Let's just get all of our video game content. I'm not even providing commentary now. But I guess I'm just making sure that everything works. And also, the Switch sound effect, it drives me crazy. So I'm just going to make this... It's already... Okay. Put it at -50. And put this at, like, -4. A little too quiet now, but that's okay. I think it's also because now you don't have to attack the thing. Because yeah, before the reason it makes that loud clanging noise is because you could either had to hit it or shoot it. Yeah, her navigation is all fucked up. Okay. Okay. And now what we need... So I can probably... Oh. Well. Issue. Okay, so we need some sort of checkpoint position that is not here. So yeah, especially when we have a large moving platform like this. Maybe we need a, I think what I need is for checkpoints that are relative to nodes, because we want a checkpoint in this room. However, I don't have that right now. I only have actual objects. Okay. So I'm going to put that as one of my new features. There we go. So the basics, relative spawn points. So save global coordinates. No, world path and yeah. And also make sure we're inside the moving room. Okay. But you can try lowering it now. And then that means this now gets us out of here. And now we're dumped out into this room. Okay. Oh, I see my mistake, or why this changed. It's because I, fiddled with the normals here. But okay. So yeah, now I think this probably not a good place for that. Actually, I have a good idea. Just make this crisscross the whole room, basically. There we go. Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would you have it cross the whole thing? Like, because there's literally a thing that goes down from here. I guess I could do like hang on. I'm trying to grab that and then that. And then do that and then do that. And we could make this even on both sides. Wait, is it? I think this room is asymmetrical. Whatever. Okay. So that one's -1, -1. Okay. I mean, I guess we could have the railings just end, because there's no reason to go down. Well, there is a reason to go down deeper. You know, maybe someday. Or maybe it's just implied that there's, like, you know, an endless void down there. Hmm. Did my music die, or is it just quiet? It's just very quiet. Ah, well. That's fine. Because, yeah, I don't feel like there's much more I want to do today. Because, yeah, I think the main thing is I need to make sure that this is actually, like, a challenge. I think what we would do is we would not have it go... I think I know. Have that higher. Have that there. Have the big channel like we have. Okay. Basically make it so that this part happens up here. Like, in fact, I think we do these two as well. Like that. Yeah. And then basically we would go up in here. Oh, wait. Then also get, whatever we have here. There we go. And then we will have our maintenance catwalk go down from here. Okay. I know, we can have fans going here. Aha, we refresh the player's brain. Remind them how the platforming will work. Have this go up, have this come over here. We get up onto this. There we are. And then we jump down to there. Okay. And for now, we won't even bother with making it look cool, because we're just going to refresh the player's brain. Just slap a whatever, a what have you in here. Have that. Have a big fan that goes up to here, and then probably some sort of falling platform or something, I don't know. Let's have falling platforms. 1, 2, 3. What was our other thing? The timed buttons? We'll just have that over here. Basically, just remind the player that this thing exists by having a door. What is it? Door 1? Okay. And that didn't even get put in the correct place. Thank you, Godot. Was it Hall 2 or Hall 1? I think it's Hall 1. Okay, and then we have standing button. And then we have a wire. Okay. Assigned to door as a child of the Hall 1 right there. And we could even have the same thing on the other side. So that way you can actually get in and out. Well, actually... Well, no, I think that's fine. Okay. So that'll just, like, refresh the player's memory on all of these. Don't even need that anymore. Because, yeah, now... Ooh, how do we... I think what I can do... Yes, okay. This way we can have this over here, and hopefully the player will see that. I'll just have to, like, put lights on the platforms or something. And I'm fine with that. Admittedly, I think now I'm kind of doing my, like, random stuff again, like it's not terribly intentionally designed. Well, no, it's not like that, I guess. What if I did this? Okay, that brings us back here. Let's get just a few more falling platforms, I guess. If I can, like, select the thing. There's a thing where it, like, doesn't let you... Like, if you're selecting multiple things, it doesn't let you select just one of the things you were selecting before. But okay, now we need to remember, or we need to learn how to use climbing with our things, or with our falling platforms. Okay. And then these just make it easy to, like, it's pretty easy to just do this. And even if you mess up, then you just come back down to here. And the player would... I'd have to make some sort of maintenance doors there for it to feel right. But that's okay. Hang on. How does this feel if I go... Oh, I just realized that's a dangerous gap there. But okay. So if I jump here... Okay, then I can get up to here. Good. And that gets us up to here, and then the player should remember that there's no fall damage, hopefully. Or maybe learn that they can negate it, if that's a thing that I do. Okay. Now I'm happier with this because you actually have to get into there. Though then the big question is still, like, is that... Do I need more, like, paneling there? Is it easy for the player to get past that still? I guess let's just debug. Start. Alright, we need to do that. Okay. Ouch. Nope. Okay. Now... Let's just see if I can, like... Oh, wait, no. The challenge isn't even to do that. It's to just, like... Oh. I can also do that to get out of here. Okay, but this is high enough that I can't easily get out of here. Unless I have just, like, one stamina booster. Or... I'm really smart. And I can manage to do that. There we go. Hang on, I want to do that again. Okay, I can't do that. It's easier to just do it the correct way. What the hell just happened? Oh, we got trapped in this. Okay, I see. And also now the fact that the, hang on. This thing is right where we're doing our stuff. And so is this pipe. So it's literally at just the wrong time. So what if we just move all of that stuff, that rotation stuff? Yeah, just move all of this. a few seconds later. That was, hang on. There we go. Okay, so now if we do this a little bit further, a little bit later still, and probably move this. Okay, so it's almost right. We just now need this to be, like, not something we can see ourselves intersecting with. Or move it a little bit this way. See, I think the big thing is we want this to be out of the way. Actually, what if I just move it as part of the animation? So, like, we have it here. And then, like, it just shifts over. And then it just shifts back. And then here, duplicate that key. And I'm going to have this be cubic. There we go. And then duplicate that key. So that way we have a little bit... There we go. Wait, wrong button. There we go. And we can have that even be a little bit smoother. Okay, now, I should have put this somewhere else because I want this to still be visible from here. So I want it to actually be right about there. Thank you, Godot. Okay, have it be there. Copy this value. So now, first of all, we need this to be a lot earlier. There we go. So now we have this thing that moves out of the way. And I want this to still be... This feels like it's just... I want it to be standing still for a little bit, and then it comes back. Ah, good enough. Who cares? Yeah, so now that's out of our way. And the player could probably theoretically get right on top of that and then get over here and hopefully not accidentally, like, fuck up the game. And actually here as well, they could probably sneak into here. Unless we just have these go last. So these are what, the walls? Have their position settle last. That means this one can go the ceiling and the back wall. Okay, so that means that now that goes first. Which I don't quite like. Well, I guess I could make it work by just having this be thinner. Okay. So yeah, we have our things flip around. Then we have this come down. That didn't work correctly. That didn't save properly. Because yeah, we want the ceiling to come first. And then we want the walls to go after the ceiling. So that way it's already too far for the player to easily jump across. Because I don't mind if the player, like, can do really, really precise things and then it works. But I do mind if it's easier than doing it the way that I intend for it to be done. But okay, there we go. Now, unless the player already knows what they're doing, it's quite unlikely for them to be able to get into here without doing the video game stuff that I want them to do. Actually, hang on. Oh, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that gets pushed out, and then we have that, and then we go in. Yeah, okay. And that moves us down to here. Then we have a cool observation deck for a larger medium. And now what I need is that. So yeah, let's have that then as our next little thing. Cube. So illusion. And here, we'll have everything. Actually, how will we do everything? I guess we can have this face not exist. Because basically, we want it to be a black void. And yeah, recalculate inside. And we don't even need this one. And let's have this, in like that, so that way we don't see those other walls. Okay. There we go. And so now when the player is in the medium, it'll play that sound effect again for the Opulent Medium. And then it'll have a cool black void. Okay. Let's have that then. We need to do illusory room stuff. Yeah, because now I need to figure out how the heck this thing actually activates its stuff. Are these? Oh, these aren't even, okay. Those aren't even audio stream players. Well, I think for these ones, we actually do want audio stream players. Okay. SFX, I think just SFX. This will be activation, deactivation. Okay, medium activated, deactivated. Oh, wait, hang on. This belongs there. Or more specifically, it belongs to the room itself. There we go. So now we can have that. And we'd put this there. And so I think visibility, we have that off. Debug black. Geometry would be medium. Where's our illusion wall stuff? Basically, if we go to like primordial, for example, surface material override is what the heck is this? Oh wait, no, wrong thing. Material override and overlay. Invisible hologram. Okay. That's what we need. Okay, so now let's put this there. Oh wait, no. Those shouldn't be there, because that'd mess up our position. And I want these to be, let's do like 0.5. No, 0.7. So we're going to have these be really big. Let's see how that sounds. Cool, okay. That's what I want. All right. And so we actually now need... Oh, geez. I know what to do. We need a thing that has a stat. What is this? That's a thing. Stat emitter. Okay. Item potent. What does that mean again? That means that when it's done once. Okay. So this does that. Oh, I see. This is a thing that gets a signal. That's not what I want. I want a thing that gets a stat and does an arbitrary thing. I know what I want. We need basically get this. So we're just going to have multi-sound. And I'm just going to create a new thing called multi-sound. So areas, let's do entities, visual. I'll just do it here. And it's going to have export sounds array. No, I want it to be called like a toggle sound or something. Audio stream. Sound inactive. Bar active. Cool. Function toggle. If so active. Actually, I just had a good idea. If this has an audio stream player, let's do multi, delete that. Okay, so this is now going to be the one that's 200 meters tall. Oh, wait. No, wait, we can't do that because doors have no position. They're an abstract object. What we can do, though, so I want export for, let's have an export category. Sound. Okay. I think we gotta do an audio stream player. The problem is, this does not, like, the audio stream player, 2D and 3D, do not inherit from the audio stream player. So we can't have this. I'll just do 3D. For sound activation, audio stream, sound deactivation, stream. Okay. So now what we can do is when we set our open thing, so if should open and not open, if audio player oh wait, no, sound player. What the hell is it called? One is actually, hang on. Audio is used everywhere. So audio player play, audio activation. And then if we have the opposite, we'll do that with audio deactivation. Oh wait, no. Stream equals. And we can do like audio player stop, audio player that. And actually, let's just have play sound audio activation. And then we'll have the exact same thing elsewhere, but we'll do function play sound s stream. There we go. And now we have the exact same thing on this side, except with deactivation. And what I can do now is we can attach our player, and we can attach our medium activated, medium deactivated. And this thing should also still have the 0.7 scale. And that means that now the door will automatically do that at startup, which admittedly isn't quite right, but that's fine. I can't be bothered to make it better. Well, I guess I could be. No. Let's do if not s. S equals audio activation if active or open, else audio deactivation. And what we'll have is if auto, or if audio play, Now we're getting into some funky stuff. Which is now we also have var, or no, export var audio, auto, play, true. So now I can play the sound myself. Which I won't bother doing yet. Okay. So we're going to have that do that. And then once we start moving, or once the door is closed, now it's visible. However, we have material overlay, realness will be 0. And right as we get to about here, gonna have this do that. And then I want to have, I guess we have this material override here, like that. And then right as we get to 1, which we do somewhere. Yeah. Here we now clear that, set that. For some reason this isn't on top of it, it's supposed to be. But we can then have this go back to like 0. There we go. So now basically that will do what I want it to do, except for the fact that it doesn't quite do what I want it to do. Oh, also, playing it... Actually, does playing it backwards work the way that I want it to? No. It doesn't seem to, because yeah, this is supposed to be visible. Huh. What the hell does that mean? Hang on. Duplicate keys. Duplicate keys. Duplicate keys. I guess this is what I want. And then... It's not doing it right. It's supposed to be visible. It's supposed to have no material override. Yeah, it's not closing it correctly. It's supposed to be... I'm supposed to be able to see the dang illusion. Yeah, it's supposed to be that. And then it does all of its stuff. Wait, no. I think I actually need a deactivate thing here, I'm realizing. Okay, yeah, I need a separate animation now. Yeah, because we can't have all of this stuff attached to the same place. Alright, and that's not even in the right place. Okay, that's a little bit better, because it's supposed to do that. Yeah, so it goes like that, and then... not quite right. Because this, first of all, that's supposed to be 0, right there. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. I don't understand anything about anything. Okay, now it does what I want it to do, which is that, and then that. And then here, it actually is supposed to do that, because I forgot everything that I did in the span of like a quarter of a second. Now the big issue is the fact that the material overlay is not overlaying on top of my material. Yeah. So why would that not be happening? Whatever. Well, it looks pretty cool anyway. Okay. Well, let's at least see if it does anything. Because now we should be able to, like, I think I can load the game Razia 1. Actually. Oh, wait, no. Okay. We've softlocked ourselves, because we were supposed to be down there. Oh. Well, at least it's easy to do that when we're here. But okay. Global debug load Razia 1. I wonder if that's the correct place. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so eventually that needs to do its thing. And then... Yeah. Well, we didn't get out. Yeah. So eventually... Oh. Well. I did not realize that would make it... Well, that's fine, I guess. I don't know if this is working. Hang on, we both died. Yeah, I need to figure out what exactly I want the... how I want this to work. I like this area, at least. I just like the shape of it. And the feeling of just, like, being up in a place where I'm not supposed to be. It is funny how janky Razia is, though. And how she just cannot at all keep up with us. Oh, well now she works. I don't know what that was about. Oh, it's because this seam is, like, too big for her, I think? Yeah, I think she's just stuck. Hang on. I wonder if that'll work here. Like, if we can get... No, okay, so that doesn't work with Razia. Yeah, she needs to physically get to the node. So yeah, we need more fail-safes of, like, if she's not moving... Yeah, because, like, she's clearly supposed to be walking somewhere. So why is that not working? Okay. Let's just have var... Let's have, var p equals global, or body.global position. And then let's have, if body.global position minus p or no, dot length greater than or less than 0.01 fail safe, yeah, teleport fail safe. Invalid operands this. Oh, I see. Okay, so now basically if she's not moving, she just gives up. Okay. Oh, it needs to be a little bit less than that. Okay, so that's still basically... If this minus length 001, how is that? How is that? That's not possible. Oh, because okay, hang on. If eval dot length greater than 0.1 and body.length less than 0.001. Let's try that. So basically, if she's stuck, she just teleports to where she needs to be. Okay, so hopefully that'll fix any issues with that. I don't want to bother, like, starting over again. Well, it's not going to be that bad. Global debug load Razia 1. Okay. Okay, try raising the room now. And I've softlocked myself. Why is this? This isn't supposed to be there. That's one big issue. And that's messed up. Okay, whatever. I think what I might do someday is convert all the characters to rigid bodies, since there's so much jank that comes from the characters needing to collide with things. But, like, you know, now there's a bug where if the player, like, grabs onto the wall, they're completely stuck, or, like, they can just phase through objects that are moving. Which is not a thing that should happen. But okay. So now let's make sure that she can actually get to where she's going. So if we go into here... Is she stuck? No. Good. Okay, and then our next step should be more platforming challenges, because now we'll be introducing time slowing down stuff, and we have more, now we're going to be in, like, the undamaged ruins. So things might look a little bit different, actually. I'm trying to think, like, how do I want things to change? Ah, well. Okay. I think that is now a good enough place to leave that off. We're approximating what I want. So now, I guess we'll just keep going tomorrow. No, someday. Next week. Yeah, because I might take a break next week. I'm divided on that. I am thinking of, like, going camping or something. That could be nice. Because my birthday is next week, on the 28th. Let's see. So, we are escaping. But okay. That'll be that for the day. We've made some progress. I'll have to figure out what I want the final version of that to look like. But what else is new? Thanks for stopping by. See you later.